hearing. These are important things. We need to ask everybody to respect the proceeding. This is our big courtroom, but it's quite full. So please be, quiet. And again, you have phones and computers and the like. Just be very careful with them. Please turn off your any alarms or anything. That this is not federal court. Where of course you wouldn't have it in federal court. I would lock you up if you did. Computers and phones, noise to minimum, moving around to minimum. Just don't be disruptive. No comments. This is not a public forum. No comments. Let's talk about the schedule for the day, so everybody will be sort of prepared. I plan to go until 10:45 for the first break. We'll take 15 minutes. Then we plan to go until from 11 to 12:30 with a 30-minute lunch break. We'll begin resume at 1 o'clock and a structured break at 2:30, and then reconvene at 2:45. Obviously, if something needs to be done or council need the opportunity for whatever reason, just let me know and we will consider that. Yesterday we had, this case has been proceeding at a very rapid rate. It has to, because it's an election case, and we had a conference on evidentiary matters, and I have reached a number of preliminary conclusions about documents that have been proffered. And it's going to be rather tedious, but I need to read these into the record. And so, and then I want to hear from counsel if you have any specific questions or you want to discuss anything in particular. And I'm only going to read the documents which I'm admitting at this point. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I had a preliminary matter. I'd like to invoke separation of witnesses, please.
Oh, we only have, who do we have?
There's
Representative Greene, Professor.
I think Mr. Maglio, Dr.
The
Maglio is
professor, if
here.
you step out. That'll be
Right.
fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Bob. Okay. All right, here's what's in at this point. Exhibit P2G is in George, the video. P21, the video only. P2N is in Nancy, the video. P6, the video. P10 from the congressional record is in. P11 is in. P12, which is the video. P13A is in. P14, the video only. P16, P17, P18, P19, P21, P22, P24, P27, P29, P36, P41, P44, P45, P48, P49, P51, P52, P53, P54, P55, P57, P59, P61. On P62, we had a discussion about this yesterday. There's a reference to a Senate report. The Senate report was not tendered. If somebody wants to tender it, I will admit that, but I'm not P62 itself is not coming in. P63, P64, P65, P66, P68, 69, P72, P73, P74 and P75, P76, P80 and P81. Now, and then on respondents list, respondents list, the following are admitted: R1, R2, R3, R4, R5, R6, and R14. Those are all in. I will, if council want to perfect objections at this point or raise it for the record, I'll start with Mr. Shelley. If y'all have any objections that you want to raise at this time.
Your Honor, I don't have my list handy, but are these the preliminary rulings that you gave yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I believe this is what I went through yesterday. There were a couple of items that I did not have a chance to review until today.
Yes. 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure. Take a second.
Your Honor,
Okay, I'll still have an argument. Judge Malley, can y'all hear me?
Not well, not well.
Okay. Okay, I'll try to speak to it more directly. Thank you. Thank you, officer. Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Honor. I thought yesterday you admitted P15 as well. I didn't hear that on the list.
Let me look at you. Hold on. Oh, I couldn't find it. I mean, the link would work. That was my problem.
Okay.
If you want to submit it, I mean, if I could review it, I'll be happy to look at it. That was the only, I went looking for it today and I couldn't find it.
And then P5050, I thought, Your Honor, well,
Let's see. E55.
the 50, sorry.
50. Well, I thought so too. I'm sorry. Yes, that was my oversight. Yes.
And then we had submitted to Your Honor 3 additional exhibits, P82, 83, and 84 yesterday afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Wait a minute. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, yes. Let me look at these. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, those are what was 80, 81, and 80, 81, and 83.
82, 83, and 84.
What was 82?
82 is a video, the house impeachment video.
Yes, yes, yes.
And
Yeah, the House impeachment videos. Yes.
83 was the January 6th letter from Vice President.
Yes, yes, that's it. Yes.
And then 80 was a video of the Congresswoman.
The visual video. Oh, of Representative Greene. Yes, yes, that was it.
And then just one more, Your Honor, I think on the respondents exhibits, I thought you had admitted R7, which was a statute.
I did.
And
That's
then
right.
I believe you had said you admitted R6, but that was an article, and I thought.
You are correct. Thank you for the correction. You're absolutely correct. That's
Thank
the
you.
wrong item. No. Mr. Bob,
nothing.
you're good. Thank you so much. Okay, appreciate everybody's indulgence on that. Now the lawyers in this case have been doing an excellent job, and they're under great pressure. So I appreciate everybody staying on task. So with that said, you know, it's a black hole sometimes. Okay. We're ready to begin then. So as we discussed, we're going to proceed. I'd like to begin with opening statements. Well, before we begin, anything, Mr. Bob, anything that you want to discuss before we start with opening statements?
No, Your Honor, I'm prepared for it.
Right. Mr. Shelley?
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right, good. So what we're going to do is we'll start with opening statements. I like to have both of them at the same time. The burden in this case is on the petitioner by preponderance of the evidence, so they will get to go first. We will proceed, and then we'll proceed with their case in chief. Mr. Who's going to present? Just fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Ron Fine on behalf of the voters in Georgia's 14th Congressional District who filed this challenge. With me, of course, are Andrew Chelly, Sam Shapiro, Diamond Wells, Ryan Sells, and of course, our co-counsel watching remotely. Your Honor, this is a solemn occasion. This is not politics. This is not theater. This is a serious case that the voters who we represent have brought in order to offer proof that their United States representative seeking re-election, Marjorie Taylor Greene, having taken the oath to support the Constitution, then broke that oath and engaged in insurrection. And in order to understand that case, it's important to set the stage with some history. There have been past insurrections in this country, and we're going to hear about some of them. The most important of which was the Civil War, or as it was called at the time, the insurrection. And Professor Gerard Magliocca, who is one of the nation's foremost constitutional historians of that era, specializing in Reconstruction and the 14th Amendment, will talk about some of that history. What was interesting about some of the differences between these past insurrections is that the Civil War involved states raising armies. They equipped them with uniforms, insignia, state-of-the-art military equipment. They marched in columns. They occupied huge tracts of land. That is not the only type of insurrection that this country has seen. Professor Magliocca will also talk about some of the previous insurrections that were on the minds of 19th century Americans. Those include Shays Rebellion, also known as Shays Insurrection, and the Whiskey Rebellion. These insurrections were of a different character. They were not quite as organized as the Civil War. The foot soldiers of those insurrections didn't march in armies. They didn't conquer vast swaths of territory, and they certainly didn't wear uniforms. That is the kind of insurrection that occurred on January 6th. The evidence will show a violent assault on the United States Capitol that the law enforcement and ordinary authorities were unable to control, that this violent assault had multiple purposes. Those included capturing and executing the Speaker of the House of the United States Representatives, the Vice President of the United States, other members of Congress. Those purposes also included, and for a time achieved, preventing the certification of the electoral votes for the president incoming, Joseph R. Biden, and the disruption of the peaceful transfer of power. This attack on the sacred temple of our democracy, the United States Capitol, was unprecedented. And to be sure, it was less organized than some of those past insurrections. This was not a case where the leaders were on horseback leading the charge. This was not the type of insurrection where the leaders were standing in Richmond, Virginia, giving long-winded speeches to justify the mayhem. Rather, the leaders of this insurrection, of whom there were a number, were among us on Facebook, on Twitter, on corners of social media that would make your stomach hurt. The evidence will show that Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of them. In order to understand that, January 6th has to be set in context. It didn't arise out of nowhere. Even before January 6th, as December 2020 turned into January of 2021, there were multiple shifting tactics used by different groups, some violent extremist groups, some nonviolent groups, all loosely coordinating, all with a shared central aim of preventing the certification of Joseph Biden as president. The tactics shifted. The different leaders jockeyed for position. Some were in violent extremist groups, some were elected officials, some were influencers of various types. You'll hear about them. You'll hear about these different figures, some of whom isolated themselves from some of the action with layers of deniability, some more plausible than others. There'll be direct evidence. There'll also be inferential evidence. And that inferential evidence includes coded language. Let me explain what I mean by that. The evidence today does not include surveillance tapes purporting to show that Marjorie Taylor Greene was directing the plotting of the attack. That's not going to happen today. The witness list today does not include a turncoat witness who's going to come and risk their own exposure by testifying that he or she was ordered by Marjorie Taylor Greene to take certain actions in secret. That's not the type of evidence that we are going to present today. Rather, the way that insurrections are organized nowadays is less in uniforms with military hierarchies and chains of command, less with detailed military plans of battle, and more through social media and the mass media. That's the era that we're living in. In many cases, the communications have multiple layers. And anyone who knows a teenager, is a teenager, or knows anyone in their 20s knows that hashtags and memes and ways of communicating among internet subcultures can mean that words that could have one meaning, a benign meaning, or even a baffling meaning to large portions of the American public can carry a very different significance to the people swimming in that particular subculture. So the most important witness today, after Professor Magliocca testifies, the most powerful witness against Marjorie Taylor Greene's candidacy, the most powerful witness in establishing that she crossed the line into engagement of insurrection, is Marjorie Taylor Greene herself. You'll hear her words, of course, on the stand, what she says and what she doesn't say. You'll also hear what she said in the past. Again, some of that will be in somewhat coded or veiled language, but you'll also hear, in some cases, the mask falls, and she shows us exactly what she intended. Now, she was not on the Capitol steps urging the attackers to breach police lines and smash through the doors on January 6th. That was not the role that she played. Different figures within this larger effort had different roles. But what became clear as December turned into January, as lawful means of preventing the certification of Joe Biden were exhausted, as nonviolent, even if unlawful means were exhausted, is that Marjorie Taylor Greene nonetheless played an important role. And her role, even after she took the oath on January 3rd to uphold the Constitution and defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic, was several-fold. To bring people to DC, again, not by providing trains and buses that would transport them directly, but rather through other means, to contribute in the planning, and to signal that January 6th would be, as she said herself on January 5th, our 1776 moment, a coded phrase with great significance. In fact, it turned out to be an 1861 moment. Instead of violence against a foreign empire, as we saw in 1776, she urged and encouraged and helped facilitate violent resistance to our own government, our democracy, and our Constitution. And in doing so, she engaged in exactly the type of conduct that triggers disqualification under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which is to say, she engaged in insurrection. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bott?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. I represent Marjorie Taylor Greene, member of Congress of the United States, in this hearing. And Your Honor, this is a court of law. This is not a political candidate debate. This is not a place for political hyperbole. It is not a place for political smears. It's a court of law. And what we just heard, there was not a word about the law. What does Section 3 of the 14th Amendment mean? What does the word insurrection mean? What does the word engage mean? Not a word. There was not a word about the First Amendment that prevents normal political speech and a hyperbole from being used against someone. Not a word. They think they're in the wrong place. Well, I plan to talk about the law. What does this mean? this very serious charge that has very broad ramifications to the rights of Representative Greene, the voters in her district, and our democracy. First, the right to vote is at stake right here, right now, because they want to deny the right to vote to the thousands of people in the 14th district of Georgia by having Greene removed from the ballot. Those voters have a right to vote for the candidate of their choosing, and they have a right to have their vote counted. Now, the primary is May 24th. Absentee ballots have already been printed. They will be mailed on May the 2nd, and early voting starts on May the 7th. And what is their hope is that there'll be a decision by the Secretary of State right before the primary, where she is immediately struck from the ballot. And those people that go into the polling place cannot vote for their candidate of their choice. Because by utilizing this procedure, the substantial constitutional and federal law violations that this candidacy challenge presents cannot be decided by this court. Unlike civil court or criminal court, which will always prioritize deciding issues of that magnitude before being subject to a trial, before being penalized by disqualification, and before the irreparable harm that will occur if that occurs. But that's the nature of the procedure. When can Representative Greene raise her constitutional defenses, like the evidence you are presenting violates the First Amendment to the Constitution? When are we going to be able to litigate that question? In state court. After she's disqualified, after she's stripped from the ballot, maybe after the primary occurs and she loses, well, nobody can vote for her and obviously loses it. Well, whoop-de-ding. Okay, how do we recover from that? How do we go back from that? These are irrevocable. This is harm to the voters and to the candidate. Now, second, our democracy is at stake. It should not be, it should be the voters, not government employees, public officials, judges, and lawyers who decide our elections. Voters have a right to vote for the candidate of their choice unless there is very compelling legal, not rhetorical, justification for that. Third, and which is not present here. Third, fundamentally, First Amendment rights are at stake. Not only the right to vote, as I've mentioned, or the right to run for office, but also the challengers will try to use the First Amendment protected political speech of Representative Greene as evidence of, quote, engaging in an insurrection or rebellion. That's unconstitutional and should not be allowed. And finally, the charge not only triggers disqualification, but is a serious federal criminal offense that she is being charged with. Now, this is a very serious matter, and the decision should be based on admissible evidence under the rules. We recognize that you have greater latitude than that, but the charges, the seriousness of the charges, we think warrant that adherence and faithful application of the law, and we expect that you will do that. Now, procedure. Georgia law, and here I am talking about the law. Georgia law 21-2-5 permits a candidate challenge under two circumstances. One, a candidate is not qualified to be a candidate. All right. And number two is a candidate is not qualified to take office. Of course, these are different conceptually and different in their application. So a claim under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment has to do with your ability to take office, because it doesn't address candidacy in any way. It's the ability of a representative in this case to take office because she has sworn the oath of office, engaged in insurrection or rebellion. Congress has not given her amnesty. And finally, when she presents herself to take the oath of office, she could be challenged, which we think is the exclusive constitutional right of Congress, not state officials, to decide whether or not she is eligible at that time to take office. So we're not dealing with a candidacy disqualification. We're dealing with a alleged take office qualification. Now, unfortunately, as I mentioned, many of these issues cannot be decided by this court, even though you might make recommendations to the Secretary of State on the matter. And we have fully briefed this already in our motion to dismiss and to stay the proceedings. The constitutional claims, the federal law claims, the protections of the First Amendment, speech and debate, and what these words in Section 3 mean. So let's look at that. We admitted evidence is R2, which is the 14th Amendment, and it includes, of course, Section 3. And Section 3 provides that no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or an officer of the United States, et cetera, to support the Constitution, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid and comfort to the enemies thereof. So there's a sequence. You have to have originally taken the oath. You have to then engage, and then you are disqualified, and Congress can determine that you're disqualified for having done that from taking a subsequent oath, and therefore cannot assume your position as and then furthermore, but Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. And of course, that's the various amnesty acts that have been adopted or could be adopted by Congress. Now, this provision, as I mentioned, makes it clear this is about eligibility on January 3rd, 2023. Not today, not tomorrow, but eligibility when she presents herself as a re-elected member of Congress. She could be excluded under the exclusive power of Congress to judge the qualifications of its members. That's where these people should be. In Congress, explaining why she, once she is reelected, is disqualified from taking her seat. Now, the second thing that makes this sequence makes clear is that in her case, she took the office first for the first time, and these are in our stipulated facts, right? On January the 3rd. That's the first time, and so she would have had to engage in insurrection or rebellion after January 3rd. In other words, under the Constitution, prior to January 3rd, she could have done it under the law. Now, it's preposterous that she would even consider it. She reveres the United States Constitution. But the way the statute or the constitutional provision is set up, she would have to have engaged after. So evidence of anything she did prior to January 3rd is just completely irrelevant to the section 3. Unless it is a direct admission of her intention to engage in insurrection or rebellion after January 3rd. Anything else she says is not only it should be excluded because it doesn't fit the charge, right? But as I will soon demonstrate, it is protected by the First Amendment. Now here, words matter. And at every turn, the challengers mistake what the law is in their complaint. Obviously, they didn't discuss it here, but in their complaint. And calling something doesn't make it something. Calling an orange an apple does not make the orange an apple. An orange has characteristics that are pre-established and are applied to determine whether the word apple applies. Here, the key phrases in section 3 are themselves defined by the law. Now, they start off in misstating the law by saying that Representative Greene should be disqualified under section 3. This is also called, by the way, the disqualification clause. Because she is someone who, quote, aided and engaged in an insurrection, end of quote. Complaint, page 1. Aided and engaged. Where is that in section 3? It says engaged in insurrection or rebellion or gave aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. There's no aided and engaged in this. In this statute. Now, each of those phrases, engaged in insurrection or rebellion, that phrase, and its or accompanying phrase, gives aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Each of those have special meaning. Engage is an act. It is a direct and overt act of insurrection. It is about, as one commentator said, domestic war. That's what engaged in insurrection or rebellion is about. The or giving aid or comfort to the enemies thereof, as the same commentator said, is about foreign wars. Each of these phrases have been used several times in federal law and have come to gain particular meaning. They're words of art. So you can't take aid out of the second part about foreign wars and add it to the first part that is about domestic wars. That defies the rules of construction. It flaunts the technical and meaning of those phrases, of those words. So what is engaged and what does it mean? Well, engage connotes conduct, a direct overt act of insurrection to overthrow the United States government. It is about things like, which the people who drafted this well understood, many of them were part of the victorious, thank the Lord, Union Army. And they knew what an insurrection or rebellion was. So it was taking up arms, voluntarily joining the Confederate Army. It was about working in the War Department for the Confederate government. It was about providing supplies and equipment and material for the people who were conducting the war. So these were direct overt acts of insurrection. Now, instead of looking to that, what we have already heard described as their evidence, and of course is well revealed in their complaint, they want to hold against her First Amendment protected speech. And here's a few examples. On page 19, quote, "The people will remember the patriots who stood for election integrity," end of quote. That is supposed to be about an insurrection or engaging in an insurrection. Or they said, she's alleged to have said, quote, "Congress is the last line of defense from a stolen election," end of quote, on page 21. Isn't that quintessential political speech? Isn't that recognizing the role of Congress and certifying the electors? How could that be interpreted as an overt act to engage in insurrection or rebellion? Well, it can't be. And now, the question of voter fraud in the 2020 election is a quintessential example of political speech, legitimate political disagreements about what happened. Yeah, you know, the Supreme Court in Republican Party of Minnesota versus White, actually the first one I argued in the court, said that announcing views on disputed legal or political issues is at the core of the First Amendment. At the core. Now, this is disputed, no question. But to say that is an act of insurrection, it is a direct overt act of insurrection against the United States. When Representative Greene was an elected member of Congress who on January 6th had a constitutional duty and responsibility to be on the floor where she was to determine whether or not electoral votes from the states were to be certified. Now, the First Amendment demands a very narrow test. I've already said and argued that engage connotes conduct, right? But we can look to a much broader term that actually allows speech to be considered. And that is the Brandenburg case and the NAACP case, which we saw. And that is the word incitement. Now, incitement and engage are different words with different meanings. And in fact, you know that for sure, because there are federal statutes that say incite and then say engage in certain conduct. I mean, they're used as different words. All right. Incitement, the Supreme Court has said, is speech. But the Supreme Court, because of First Amendment concerns, so that normal, everyday political speech will not be punished as they want to do, says that that speech must be, quote, directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action, and that it is likely to incite or produce such action. End of quote. That's on page 30 of our motion to dismiss. That is very restrictive, right? But we know how restrictive it really is when we point out the statements that are made where people are claiming that is incitement, and the Supreme Court says, no, that's protected by the First Amendment. For instance, a Ku Klux Klan leader, quote, advocated the duty, necessity, and propriety of crime sabotage, violence, or other unlawful methods of terrorism as a means of accomplishing industrial or political reform. End of quote. And the Supreme Court said that is protected First Amendment speech. That is not incitement. There was also a statement by an NAACP official where he said, quote, "If we catch any of you going in any of them racist stores, we're going to break your damn neck." End of quote. That was not incitement under the Brandenburg test. And we also have seen where a Vietnam War protester said, "We are taking the F street again," end of quote. And that was not incitement under the Brandenburg test. There is absolutely nothing that Representative Greene ever said that passes the Brandenburg test of incitement, and she can't even be held into account for incitement because this is engage, which requires conduct. Look, they knew what the words meant, and they chose the words that they were going to use. This was going to be a very narrow disqualification. Now, then they claim that Representative Greene promoted or organized the January 6th rally away from the Capitol, right, near the White House, and where some of the people at that rally went to the Capitol, and some of those attacked the Capitol. And I call it an attack. It was despicable for these people to do this, to attack the Capitol of the United States. So over 700 have been charged with crimes. If they're guilty, they should be convicted of those crimes. But you know, not a single one of them has been charged with engaging in insurrectionary rebellion, which is a federal criminal offense. Not one. Not one of the people that actually attacked the Capitol, assaulted police officers, broke in, and were there unlawfully. Well, the First Amendment right to assemble means that the right to assemble does not lose all constitutional protections merely because some members of that group may have participated in conduct or advocated doctrine that itself is not protected. So this was a quintessentially protected First Amendment right of assembly, and that some people left and went to the Capitol, some people attacked the Capitol. You can't hold the people who organized the peaceful and constitutionally protected rally. They cannot hold that against them because that's what they did. Now, second, the challengers misstate the law regarding what is an insurrection or rebellion. They say it is, quote, to overthrow the government or obstruct its core functions, period, end quote. That's on page 32. Nowhere in any case does it say that insurrection includes obstruct its core functions. It certainly says overthrow the government, and certainly if that would occur, all of the functions would transfer to someone else, right? But they want to expand this so that, for instance, when a heckler in the House gallery stands up and heckles the Congress, the House, and they have to suspend that person is guilty of insurrection or rebellion because a core function has been obstructed. Look, this word is way more serious and narrow than what they say. Let me give you examples of what the either statutes or the courts, etc., have said. A domestic war, that is on page 20 of our submission motion to dismiss. A domestic war. Second, and that was the Attorney General in 1867. 2, combinations too powerful to be suppressed by ordinary course of judicial proceedings or by the marshal. That was temporarily so, apparently. I don't know. But even if it were, it wasn't, it was temporary and short-lived. Third, a rising so formidable as for the time being to defy the authority of the United States in such force that civil authorities are inadequate to put them down, and a considerable military force is needed to accomplish the result. Shays Rebellion collapsed when the US military showed up. And the military wasn't required here, even for the temporary attack. An armed insurrection too strong to be controlled by civil authorities. And then finally, the court in Allegheny City juxtaposed what an insurrection is and what an insurrection isn't. It says an insurrection is an organized and armed uprising against authority or operation of government. It is not, while crimes growing out of mob violence, which we certainly had on January 6th, however serious they may be, or however numerous the participants, are simply unlawful acts in disturbance of the peace, which do not threaten the stability of the government or the existence of political society. They're different, dramatically different. Now, we have stipulated that a group of people that did not include Representative Greene unlawfully entered the United States Capitol on January 6th. And they did. I mean, I say more than that about what happened, as I just have before your court, Your Honor, on behalf of Representative Greene.
Excuse me, just let's,
But yeah,
I apologize, Mr. Bob. Hamilton,
sorry.
that's my guy who needs to help us with the sound. Give me just a second.
I hope he helps with the temperature. He is the man.
Thank you very much. Apologize.
Thank you. No, that's no.
You know, if we're not under, we're far too old to deal with this issue. Far too.
And, yeah, and so we have willingly stipulated that people enter the Capitol unlawfully, and I say that more than that, more than just unlawfully. But significantly, they are willing to agree that those people that entered unlawfully did not include Representative Greene. So she did not engage on the attack on the Capitol. That, if there is conduct that meets the term engage, I mean, that if there is conduct that would ever meet the term engage, it would be breaking into the Capitol. That would be an engagement, certainly, an overt, direct overt act. And however, I think describing that as insurrection or rebellion is just political hyperbole and not under the Constitution. And that's what you have to engage in. Now, what you will see is pertinent evidence about what she did from us from January 3rd until the end of the day on January 6th. And, you will see that on January 3rd, and we stipulate she was sworn in, she met with President Trump about making objections to certain states' electoral votes based upon evidence that she believed and others believed constituted sufficient voter fraud to overturn the election in those particular states. You will see that on January 6th, and of all the tweets and all the videos, we are presenting this video. This is during the moment when the attack on the Capitol was occurring. And she is in the Capitol in a dark hallway. And she says, first in the tweet accompanying the video, which they do quote in their complaint, "Be safe, be smart, stay peaceful, obey the laws. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump and support election integrity," which they believed they were doing on the floor of the United States Congress. And then the video, so I urge you to remain calm. I urge you to have a peaceful protest. Make sure that everyone is safe and protected. And let's do this in a peaceful manner. This is not a time for violence. This is a time to support President Trump, support election integrity, and support this important process that we're going through in Congress where we're allowed to object. So this is very important. So I urge you to stay calm. Be the great American people that I know you are, and just know that we're in the fight for you. God bless everyone. Be careful, be safe, be smart, and obey the laws. A few days later, after the attack occurred, she said, "We," meaning members of Congress, "did not plan, cause, and denounce the January 6th attack." And then FBI Director Wray testifies before a committee of Congress. This is R5. "I was appalled, like you," he's addressing members of Congress, "at the violence and destruction we saw that day. I was appalled that you," members of Congress, "our country's elected leaders, were victimized right here in the very halls of Congress." Representative Greene was a victim of this attack. Her life was in danger, she thought. She was scared and confused. Her children were frantic about what was going on and feared for her safety. That is not what a person who planned the attack would react. And you will see her reaction. And you will then hear her testimony. So, the attack on the US Capitol, as despicable as it was not an insurrection or rebellion, and she certainly did not engage in it as understood under the law. That is what the evidence will prove, and why she should remain, among multiple other reasons, remain on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bob. Start with.
Well, Your Honor,
Pronounce his name again, I'm sorry.
Maglioka.
Maglioka.
Maglioka. Do you want to address
Yeah,
that?
I'll go
Struggle.
Your Honor, we want to start just by reading into the record the stipulated facts. It'll take a moment.
If you want to read them, that's fine.
Okay.
But you can read them.
The parties to the above captioned proceedings through their undersigned counsel stipulate that the following facts are true: that the respondent is over the age of 25. The respondent has been a United States citizen for more than 7 years. The respondent is an inhabitant of Georgia. Petitioners are all registered voters in Georgia's 14th Congressional District. On January 3, 2021, the respondent took the oath of office to be a member of the U.S. House of Representatives for the first time. A joint session of Congress was called to order at or around 1 p.m. on January 6, 2021, for the purposes of opening, counting, and resolving any objections to the Electoral College vote of the 2020 U.S. presidential election and certifying the results of the Electoral College vote. A group of people that did not include the respondent unlawfully entered the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. On January 26, 2021, joint session of Congress was suspended while people were unlawfully inside the U.S. Capitol. Congress certified the results of the Electoral College vote at or about 3:40 a.m. on January 7, 2021, and respondent filed her candidacy for the upcoming midterm elections for Georgia's 14th Congressional District on March 7, 2022, and filed an amended notice of candidacy on March 10, 2022. We'd like to call Professor Magliocco.
Okay. Trust you get going. Good morning. Raise your right hand.
Yes.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I'm giving this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God.
I do.
Okay, please proceed. Proceed.
Good morning, Professor Magliocco. Could you just repeat your full name for the record?
Gerard Magliocco.
And what's your profession?
I am the Samuel R. Rosen Professor at the Indiana University Robert H. McKinney School of Law.
What's your educational background?
I received my college degree at Stanford and my law degree from Yale.
And could you summarize your professional experience since then?
Yes, I was a law clerk for 1 year, and then I was an associate at a law firm for 2 years, and I've been a teacher for the past 21 years.
And Your Honor, I believe Exhibit P61, his resume has already been admitted to evidence,
That's correct.
so we don't need to retread it. Professor Magliocco, what are your areas of research?
My main area of research is American constitutional history.
And you don't have a PhD in history, though, do you?
I do not.
So what is your experience working with historical materials?
Well, I do work at archives around the United States on books that I write. So, for example, I've worked at the Library of Congress, Mount Vernon, the Chicago History Museum, the National Archives, and as well as other facilities that hold documents.
And how much of your work has been original historical research using original historical materials?
Well, more than half. I mean, obviously, I use secondary sources, read other books and articles to do my research. But
Give me just a second. I think they have a difficulty hearing.
oh, okay, sorry.
Yes, you have to get, you unfortunately have to talk to the student.
Did you need to finish that question?
Would you like me to repeat my? Yes, I'd say I do more than half of my work on primary sources. And then the remainder consists of reading the other books or articles written about the subjects that I'm studying.
What methods do you use when you're conducting this original historical research?
Well, I use the same methods that a historian would use. So, for example, I try to identify documents and make sure they are authentic. I try to understand the documents based on what was going on at the time, and also to make sure that I'm quoting them in context rather than out of context, for example.
Have you ever heard the phrase law office history?
Yes, I have.
What do you understand that phrase to mean?
It means reaching a conclusion and then trying to find historical materials to justify the conclusion that you've already reached.
And how does your research the same or different from law office history?
Well, I don't have any particular conclusion when I begin a project. I do the research with the materials, and then I gradually reach a conclusion based on what I read and what I see.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to repeat your entire bibliography, but specifically with respect to your historical research on the 19th century, how many, if any, books have you published?
5.
And what subjects were they about?
Well, the first one was about Andrew Jackson and the period in which he was president. The second was the period at the end of the 19th century when William Jennings Bryan was running for president multiple times. The third was a biography of Congressman John Bingham, who was one of the principal framers of the 14th Amendment. The fourth is a book on the Bill of Rights that covers the entire history of the Bill of Rights, including the 19th century portion. And the one that I've just written is about George Washington's nephew, who was Bushrod Washington, who was a justice of the Supreme Court for 30 years in the early 19th century.
In addition to these books, have you published academic articles in academic journals about 19th
10 articles that relate to 19th century constitutional history in various journals.
And in the past, let's say 3 years, have you been asked to give any academic lectures or speeches outside your university on 19th century constitutional history?
Well, of course, it was virtual because of the pandemic, but yes, I gave a talk at Mount Vernon in 2021 about the book, the Bush Red Washington book, and I've been doing some other things related to that. That's been the main source of lecture that I've done.
And have you received any fellowships or professional recognition for this work?
Yes, I was a fellow at Mount Vernon from 2019 to 2021, where I worked in the archives there on the Bush Red Washington project, looking at his letters and other correspondence that was related to my research.
And then turning to the 14th Amendment and Section 3 in particular, have you conducted any research on that?
Yes, I have.
And can you describe in broad terms that research?
Yes, in the fall of 2020, I researched and wrote a paper on Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. The paper was completed in December and made available to researchers and anyone who see on the Social Science Research Network. That happened around December 10th, 2020.
And what perspectives do you use to address questions about the 14th Amendment?
Well, primarily I looked to what was said in Congress about the amendment proposal, because that's sort of, well, the most important initial source. Then I also looked through secondary sources outside of Congress. For example, what did newspapers have to say about the pending proposal? What was said in the states, to the extent that we can find out about the ratification of the 14th Amendment? So it's primarily looking to the discussion or conversation that Americans had about the 14th Amendment when it was proposed and under discussion for ratification.
And how are these approaches similar or different from the types of ordinary legal analysis that lawyers and judges ordinarily do?
Well, I mean, there's some overlap, of course, but I focus much more in my work on the surrounding politics or social aspects of what's going on at these particular times with these particular constitutional issues, rather than focusing more on the text or the cases. So obviously, you have to do some of both, but I'm more of a historian than a lawyer in that respect.
Your Honor, this time I move to tender Professor Magliocca as an expert witness in 19th century American constitutional history.
I object, Your Honor. Number one, he was not tendered as an expert in the specification of witnesses. Number two, they have provided us no expert report, which is required for such an expert, so that we can prepare for his testimony. Number three, he has not produced to us the documents that he relied upon in order to reach whatever conclusions the expert report revealed. So we, under civil rule in Georgia, that's all required. None of that occurred here, and it is fundamentally unfair for us to show up at a hearing with no preparation other than his resume, which we got a couple of days ago, and cross-examine him without an adequate opportunity to prepare, that is always provided for an expert witness.
As I have said before, I'm unclear what the role is for a professor. He's indicated is he going to testify essentially to the contents of his article that he wrote?
No, Your Honor, the subject matter of the questioning would address matters that were not entirely embraced within the context of the law.
Your Honor, I apologize. I have one other comment.
Yes.
And I was going back and forth whether or not this is proper when we start asking questions, and now, but I want to listen. What I think he has described is his expertise, and what he has, they've said he will testify about, are quintessential legal questions. If a statute is vague, you look to the legislative history. That's what he wants to testify about. That's the legal question. What the legislative history is and what it's about. It is not for a person to testify about. These are about facts, about what happened on January 6th, 4, and not on legal matters. This is quintessential, legislative history is quintessentially what authorities do and judges do. So I would reject generally on that.
I'm struggling because I'm trying to, you know, I don't know what the testimony is going to be. It's a circular question. But the issue of the history of the 14th Amendment, if petitioners want to spend their time with a history of the enactment of the 14th Amendment, I will listen. But I concur with you that I will not permit and will not entertain testimony regarding the meaning of statutes or anything that would be properly the subject of briefing. So what I will let you start, and I would also suggest, I mean, to me, this all sounds like the sort of stuff that would be coming in appropriately in the briefing. And if you have articles and authorities and original documents that you wish to cite, I'm happy to read them. But I don't know that it makes sense for us to be dealing with a series of objections on things which are historical in nature. So I will let you start, but I may stop you. Okay? And I will entertain objections when and as appropriate. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Your Honor. Professor, can you just briefly summarize the historical context for Section 3 of the 14th Amendment?
Yes, so after the Civil War, elections were held across the South for Congress and for the Senate, and some of the people who won had been leaders in the Confederacy. They arrived in Washington seeking to take their seats. Northern public opinion was outraged at this because these were some of the same people who had led secession. So those members were excluded from Congress, and then consideration was given to some formal proposal that would exclude them for some period of time afterwards.
And who were the primary framers of this?
So Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was drafted by Senator Jacob Howard of Michigan, and it was narrower than the original proposal that had been put forward in the House of Representatives. So the House proposal for Section 3 would have prohibited all former Confederates from voting in federal elections until 1870. So the senators considered that too broad and unfair. So the substitute drafted by Senator Howard focused instead on office holding rather than voting, and did not apply to anyone who had been engaged in insurrection. Instead, it applied only to officials, either current or former, and civil or military, on the thought that it was the leaders of the insurrection who should be held accountable rather than ordinary followers.
And in developing Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, did the framers look to any historical examples of insurrections other than the Civil War?
There were other examples, but there was nothing cited specifically in the debates in Congress about that provision.
What, if any, historical insurrections were well known to reasonably educated mid-19th century Americans?
Well, there were two. One was Shays' Rebellion, which was also referred to as Shays' Insurrection, and the other was the Whiskey Rebellion, which was also referred to as Whiskey Insurrection.
So let's start with Shays' Insurrection or Shays' Rebellion. When and where did that occur?
So Shays' Rebellion occurred in Massachusetts at the end of 1786 and early 1787. It was a tax protest by farmers who were upset about high land taxes and that had led to many foreclosures of farms. So what started happening was that groups of farmers would arm themselves and go to local courts to basically stop the courts from operating so that foreclosure sales could not happen. This built up to a point where the state militia was called in to sort of deal with this suspension of the normal operation of the courts by armed people. And that led to a clash at an armory when some of the insurrectionists decided to try to take some weapons. 4 people were killed, and after that, the rebellion or insurrection ended.
You said that their goal was to stop the courts from operating.
That's correct, to prevent foreclosure sales on farms.
And from a historical perspective, what were the key features of Shays' Rebellion that would be remembered in the mid-19th century by reasonably educated Americans?
Well, that it was an effort by armed people to suspend the civil authority of government for a period of time, and it was considered a significant event because it seemed to have an influence on the framers when they gathered in Philadelphia for the Constitutional Convention, because they saw it as an example of why we needed to replace the Articles of Confederation with a new constitution.
And was it considered an insurrection or rebellion or both?
Well, so in Federalist number 10, James Madison, the subtitle of Federalist number 10 was, "The Union as a safeguard against domestic faction and insurrection." So, and he was referring to Shays' insurrection as well as some other upheavals that had happened in the states prior to that. And then in the 19th century, a well-known book by Justice Joseph Story referred to the insurrection in Massachusetts. Story was from Massachusetts, so probably explains why he emphasized that point in his book.
Thank you. Let's talk about the other one you mentioned, the Whiskey Rebellion or Whiskey Insurrection. What was that?
So the whiskey insurrection was another tax protest by farmers, this time on a federal tax on whiskey and other spirits. So farmers in Pennsylvania were upset about this, and they decided to start getting armed and trying to prevent tax collection. They did this in various ways. Sometimes they would, well, in one case, they tarred and feathered the tax collector. Also, they would basically attack places where the tax collectors were known to be. They also shut down courts because, again, to some degree, the courts were necessary to further the collection of the taxes, because sometimes there were foreclosures that were required to, pay the taxes that were owed.
How many casualties were there in the Whiskey Rebellion?
There were 4 or 5 people were killed in some skirmishes. Eventually, George Washington called in a large force, more than 10,000 troops, to go into that portion of Pennsylvania, and basically, for the most part, the insurrection was ended because of the sight of this large force led by George Washington, but 4 or 5 people were killed.
How well organized was the Whiskey Rebellion?
Well, it was a loosely organized thing. There were mostly local groups doing different things. There wasn't really a single leader at all that we know of.
And by the time of the 1860s, how well known was the Whiskey Rebellion to ordinary, educated 19th century Americans?
It would have been very.
I object. We're now beyond even legislative history. He's already conceded that in the debates, they were talking about the Civil War, not what these were colloquially called insurrection, not the legal definition under
If I recall your earlier testimony correctly, you said that 4 people died in Shays' Rebellion and 4 or 5 in the Whiskey Rebellion.
I object. Going on with this is to talk about something that was a real relevant and even legislative history regarding Title III. These were never said.
Do I have those numbers right? You said 4 or 5 people died in each of those insurrections.
Correct.
So, to the extent that 19th century Americans thought of these as insurrections, in addition to, of course, the Civil War, how would 19th century Americans have understood what level of violence or bloodshed was needed before the word insurrection would be used?
Well, some violence was required because there was no thought really that you could have a peaceful protest and that would be considered an insurrection, but there was no particular thought about how much violence was required.
And how would they distinguish between, or would they distinguish between a riot versus an insurrection?
I object. He's going into mind reading.
Next.
All right. What sources did 19th century Americans use to understand the meanings of words?
I object to no foundation in the way that I.
Sustained.
Number first. Your Honor, I'd like to display an exhibit that's already been admitted into evidence, which is P81.
E81.
Yeah, one more page. Can you see that? Doesn't matter.
Yes, I can. What are we looking at? We're looking at an 1830 edition of Webster's Dictionary.
How is that dictionary used in 1830 and afterwards?
Well, it was a leading dictionary in the United States during this period.
Well,
And
excuse me, what period are we talking about?
1830.
Okay, 1830. Okay.
Was the dictionary updated on a semi-regular or regular basis after that?
Yes, much like modern dictionaries, they would do a new edition every so many years.
This is the 1830.
Yes.
And you're familiar with this dictionary, you've seen it before.
Yes, I am.
To what extent does it inform, if at all, your understanding of how words were used in the mid-19th century?
I object.
Sustained.
Let's turn to the next page. And we can zoom in on the left column. And the top. Can you do that? Mr. Magnac? It's a little dicey.
Okay.
Can you zoom in even more than that?
Okay.
Can you?
Yes, I think I can.
Can you read a couple entries down, and I'm not going to ask you to read it aloud, but do you see there, can you read the definitions there?
Yes, I can.
Are you familiar with if this dictionary has a definition for insurrection?
Yes, it does.
And what can you, without reading from that that definition, is that, in your experience as a historian, is that typical of a 19th century understanding of the word insurrection?
Sustained. Sustained. I understand. I can speak for itself. Next.
How do you use these dictionaries in your own work?
Well, they're helpful in putting terms into context. For example, if I'm reading a letter and I'm trying to understand what somebody meant, sometimes the definition that people used back then isn't the same as the definition that we use now. So it's you have to check.
Let's go to exhibit P80, if we may. This has also been admitted into evidence.
E80.
And what are we looking at here?
This is a statute, Georgia statute enacted in 1866.
And why did, what is the statute about?
Insurrection.
And do you know why Georgia enacted this statute?
I believe it was because of it was in response basically to what had occurred during the Civil War.
And Your Honor, I have another question.
I haven't objected yet. Maybe I should just stand.
I'm sorry, this is very serious stuff, but what concerns me, Mr. Fine, is this is what I would expect to be reading in briefs. This is not what I expect to hear testimony on. This is historical data that can be reviewed and commented on and we're actually past my 10:45 break, so let's take our break. We'll reconvene. No, stop.
Saved by the bell.
It's not a show. Do not do that. We will stop now. We'll reconvene at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Gail? Everybody? Maybe if there's a water.
He's a
covered by what is described as Section 3 of the pending amendment, we're not going to be able to vote in the elections for those conventions. And then there had to be some means of determining whether people could or could not vote under that standard.
Okay. Can we please put up Exhibit P48, which has been admitted into evidence already? And Don, if you could zoom into the upper left so we can see it. Professor Magback, I know this is small print, but can you see what that is?
Yes, this is an opinion of Attorney General Stanberry interpreting the first and second military reconstructions.
And when was that issued?
This opinion is May 1867,
When was the 14th Amendment ratified?
in 1868.
And where was this printed?
This was in the New York Times. It would have been widely reprinted in newspapers across the country.
Okay, great. We can put that down. How widely was Section 3 applied in the years after the ratification of the 14th Amendment?
Well, between 1868 and 1872, it was implemented many times, mostly to remove state and local officials who had been part of the Confederacy, but also in a couple instances to exclude people from office.
And what led to it not being implemented as much?
So in 1872, Congress exercised its power under Section 3 to grant an amnesty to many of the former Confederates. Basically, in part, that was because there had been private bills that had been giving amnesty to individuals, but largely that was simply, did you know a member of Congress? And then, if you did, they would pass a bill for you.
Your Honor, I moved to strike his first statement. It was a legal opinion. And that is whether the Amnesty Act of 1872 removed, gave amnesty to former only, if you will, former officers. It's a legal question.
I understand you raised the issue. I'm going to let it stand. So thank you. I mean, I understand the point. Believe me, I understand the point.
What did the debates around amnesty in public and in the streets or in Congress center on?
Well, the question was,
Wait a minute. There's a lack of foundation.
Fair enough. Okay. All right.
We've got to have a little foundation.
All right. How familiar are you with the debates that led to the 1872 Amnesty Act?
I'm quite familiar with them. I read all of them.
And what did they focus on?
Well, they focused on whether people deserved amnesty, first of all, and second, if so, who should be excluded from that. And basically, would it be good for sectional reconciliation or not? Those are the big questions.
And how much of those debates centered around ex-Confederates as compared to anyone else who might become subject to Section 3?
Well, it was basically about ex-Confederates because those were the people who were petitioning Congress for amnesty.
Great. Just a few more questions. During the Civil War itself, how did Washington, D.C. fare?
Well, it was a fortified city, and for good reason, because there was a Confederate attack by Jubal Early on the Capitol in 1864 that was repulsed at Fort Monroe.
And were there, or how many, if any, presidential elections occurred during the Civil War?
One in 1864.
How orderly was that, if you know?
It was very orderly.
And how did the counting of the electoral votes proceed?
There was no problem with it at all.
When, if ever, did the Confederate insurrectionists seize control of the United States Capitol?
They did not.
And in your opinion, if in 1864 or 1868 a violent mass of people had seized control of the U.S. Capitol during certification of presidential electoral votes and disrupted the peaceful transfer of power, would 19th century Americans have understood that?
You stop that question. Next.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Bob?
No, Your Honor, not other than to welcome a fellow Hoosier, and
The thought crossed my mind.
yeah,
Mine too.
and I was a history major, so maybe I can sort myself in.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Please step down.
Your Honor, the petitioners call Marjorie Taylor Greene to the stand.
Representative Green, come here, please, ma'am.
I proceed? Thank you. Good morning, Representative Greene. I'm Andy Shelley. I represent the plaintiffs in this matter. Ms. Greene, you were elected to Congress in November of 2020, right?
Yes,
And you became a member of Congress on January 3rd, 2021. Is that correct?
yes,
And when you became a member of Congress, you became a member of Congress by virtue of having taken an oath of office, right?
I became a member of Congress by being elected by the people of the 14th district.
Okay, but you actually were permitted to take your seat in the House of Representatives because you took an oath of office. Isn't that correct?
I swore an oath on January 3rd.
And that oath required you to swear that you would support and defend the Constitution of the United States, right?
Yes,
And it required you to swear an oath that you would support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, right?
yes,
And part of the oath that you took says that you were going to undertake that obligation to defend the Constitution against all enemies freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Do you recall that part?
I think so.
Okay, well, let's have a look at it. This will be Plaintiff's Exhibit 63. I just want to make sure you get a chance to see it.
This is the excerpt from the congressional record.
No, Your Honor, this is
Which one?
This is Exhibit PX 63. This is a federal statute, 5 USC 3331, which sets forth the oath of office for federal officers, including members of Congress. And Ms. Wells, if you could make that a little bit bigger, I want to make sure the representative can see it. The highlighted portion, please. So if you see about a third of the way, 2/3 of the way down, it says that I will take this obligation. I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. See that? And you now recall that was part of the oath, right?
Yes.
And what did that mean to you, Congresswoman Greene?
About taking it freely without reservation?
Yes.
It means I'm swearing the oath and I have no reservation.
Great. Now, one part of the Constitution, Representative Greene, is the 12th Amendment, right?
Yes,
You're familiar with the 12th Amendment?
yes,
That's the one that provides for the constitutional process for counting electoral votes in a presidential election, right?
Your Honor, I object. Under the speech and debate clause, she cannot be questioned about what she does on the floor of Congress pursuant to her legislative responsibilities.
And I don't intend to ask any question of that sort, Your Honor. I just want to have her understanding of the Constitution. This is a case about Representative Greene's state of mind, including her understanding of the oath and the Constitution.
Then I further object, because this case is not about her state of mind, is whether or not she engaged in insurrection or rebellion. Engaged
I
connotes
concur.
conduct,
I concur.
and a
So
direct.
sustained. Next question, please.
Ms. Greene, if somebody tried to unlawfully interfere with the process of counting the electoral votes, unlawfully, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution. Wouldn't you agree?
Does it define that way? Is it defined that way?
Well, I'm asking for your understanding. If somebody broke the law in a way designed to interfere with the process of counting the electoral college votes, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution.
You mean interrupting Congress? Is that what you're referring to?
Doing anything unlawfully to interfere with the process of counting the electoral votes.
Interrupting Congress, like when the Democrats interrupted Congress and had a sit-in on the House floor and stopped Congress?
Excuse me, Representative Greene. Could you rephrase your question?
I'm entitled to ask my questions in the way I'd like to ask them, Your Honor. I ask that you listen to my question and simply respond. May I proceed?
Yes.
So if someone broke the law in an effort to interfere with the counting of the electoral votes, that person would be an enemy of the Constitution. Am I right about that?
Breaking the law is unlawful. There's been over 700 people charged for what happened on January 6th.
Right. And those people were trying to interfere with the lawful process of counting the votes for the Electoral College, right?
I would assume, yes, they did. They stopped
Okay.
the electoral count, yes.
Right, and so those people would be enemies of the Constitution. You would agree with that, right?
I don't know if it, I don't know. I don't know if it defines it that way.
Well, having taken the oath that we saw on the screen, if you were aware that someone was going to unlawfully interfere with the constitutional process of counting the electoral votes, you'd be obliged by your oath to try to stop them, right?
Your Honor, I object. The claim is not she violated her oath. The claim is under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And so her opinion on words like enemies are words of art often in the law is just irrelevant to the matter, to whether or not she engaged, did a direct and overt act of insurrection.
Your Honor, we had a 1-hour presentation on the law from Mr. Bopp. We did not object to that.
I will let you answer the question. I've forgotten what it is. Could you repeat it?
Can we ask for it to be read back?
Question, if you were aware that somebody was going to unlawfully interfere with the constitutional process of counting electoral votes, you would be obliged to have them arrested or stopped, right?
You may answer.
You may answer the question to the best of your ability.
I had no knowledge of any attempt, and so that's a question that I can't answer.
Well,
I can't answer that question.
I take your representation that you had no knowledge for the time being. I'm asking it as a hypothetical question, just to understand
I
your.
can't answer a hypothetical question.
Well, I'm permitted to ask you one, so I'm going to ask you again. If you had knowledge in advance that someone was going to unlawfully interfere with the counting of the electoral votes in a presidential election, under your oath, you'd be obliged to do something to stop that, right?
I object. She's not being charged for violating her oath. There is no foundation laid that she had any knowledge about anything like that.
We'll come to that.
And so these hypothetical.
Sustained.
Let me try it a different way, Ms. Green. You remember the part in the oath where you talked about taking on the obligations of the oath freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion? You recall that from a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you knew that people were planning to interfere with the constitutional process of counting the electoral votes, you knew that before you took the oath, and you took the oath anyway and decided not to do anything about those plans, that would be a mental reservation. Don't you agree?
I object. She is not being charged with violating the oath. The question is, did she engage in insurrection or rebellion?
Her state of mind is relevant, Your Honor. We think it's very important to have her understanding.
What, Mr. Chair?
It's relevant to whether she engaged in insurrection during the time period from January 3rd to January 6th. And we're going to be talking about her state of mind all day.
You may come back to that question after you have laid a foundation for why it ties into her activities from and after the
Fair enough.
administration of the oath.
Fair enough, Your Honor. Ms. Green, you're familiar with social media, right?
Yes.
And that's a form of communication, right?
Yes.
You know what Facebook is and Twitter, right?
Yes.
You use those as an important form of communication in your work.
Yes.
You post messages on Facebook, right?
I post statements, messages, yes.
Videos also, right?
Yes.
And you also respond and react to other people's comments when they're posted on Facebook or Twitter, right?
Yes.
And you do that as a way to get your political views out into the world.
It's my freedom of speech to do so.
I agree. And you've been very successful at using social media to get your views out into the world, right?
I would say that's an opinion.
Well, I'm asking your opinion. You've got hundreds of thousands of people who follow you on Twitter and Facebook, right?
No, not really, because my personal Twitter account doesn't exist anymore.
Before it was suspended by Twitter, you had hundreds of thousands of people following you on Facebook and Twitter, right?
Yes.
And by the way, the way Facebook and Twitter work, is my understanding, is they don't have to necessarily follow you to read what you have to say, right?
I guess so.
So it could be millions of people who have read the things that you have said on Facebook and Twitter over the years.
I don't know that.
But it could be. You would agree with that, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know how many people read or see what I post on social media.
But what you post on social media is what you want people to know about your political beliefs, correct?
Sure.
Okay. You're not putting stuff up there as a joke, are you?
Sometimes, yes.
Well, we'll come back to that. And you use Facebook and Twitter to communicate with your constituents in the 14th congressional district here in Georgia, right?
Yes.
So immediately after the 2020 election and through January 6th and even beyond that, you issued a number of tweets and made statements on Twitter and Facebook about the election, right?
Yes.
You tweeted a whole lot of material about your views of what happened in the 2020 election.
Yes.
And the thrust of those tweets were that you felt that the election was stolen from the sitting president.
I object. That is,
You can ask the question, what is your opinion?
Well, I also want to ask whether she communicated that opinion through. Well, let's do it that way, Your Honor. I take your point.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
I'm going to show the witness a number of her tweets, and I wanted to make sure that I understand the context of them. That's all.
Well, she said she posts on Twitter.
Right. And my question is whether she posts material that reflect the opinion that you have. Strike that. Ms. Greene, you had the opinion between November 2020, when the election happened, and January 6th, 2021, that the election was stolen from President Trump.
I object.
Am I right about that?
Ask her if you've got questions about specific documents or
Okay.
specific things. Go ahead. Let's not bandy around.
Let's go to PX 2A, Ms. Wells, please.
I'm sorry. Which one is this?
2A, Your Honor. Can you see that, Ms. Greene?
Mm-hmm.
And what we have here in 2A is a document. Well, I'll ask you, can you tell us, is this a statement that you posted on Twitter on December 3rd, 2020?
Go ahead.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. And this is a statement where you talk about that you were looking for a senator to join yourself and Representative Mo Brooks to reject the fraudulent votes for Joe Biden and to keep the real Donald Trump in the White House, right?
I object, Your Honor, to the. You can hear my objection.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting with bated breath, Jim.
All right. This violates her right of free speech. There is nothing in this statement that meets the Brandenburg test, even if speech could be considered, since it can't when we're dealing with engages, which is conduct, not speech. And it does not even meet the incitement test, which requires directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action.
Your Honor, we heard an
that is
hour of
likely
argument this
to-
morning on this.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Bob.
Thank you, Your Honor. That is likely to incite or produce action, end of quote. So it's objectionable. And to call her into account for her First Amendment free speech is unconstitutional
Mr.
and
Bob, I
irrelevant.
appreciate your argument, but that's argument. I'm going to allow the question. Go ahead, Mr. Shelley.
When you sent out this, strike that, did you send out this tweet, Ms. Green? Ms. Wells, could you put it back up?
Yes,
Okay. And when you sent out this tweet, you wanted the people who read the tweet to know that it was your view that the votes for Mr. Biden for president were fraudulent, or some of them were, right?
that really wasn't the purpose of that tweet.
I'm just asking whether when you sent this, you were communicating to the people who read your Twitter account that you believed that there were fraudulent votes for Mr. Biden and that your goal was to keep President Trump in the White House.
I was communicating that we were looking for a senator to join our objection, which is very much part of the responsibilities and duties that I can do as a member of Congress.
I agree with that, but the purpose of that was because you believed that the votes for Mr. Biden were fraudulent, right? Or at least some of them.
We had been spending a vast amount of time reading and researching and talking to people and had seen tremendous evidence of voter fraud. I don't know if you're aware, because I know you're not from Georgia. We currently have our Secretary of State has an
Your Honor, I would move to
investigation
strike
going
this.
on into
I'm
election
entitled to
fraud
get
right
answers to
now.
my questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Green. All right, let's back up.
By the way,
Mr.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we missed something very important. Can the representative be sworn?
Oh, thank you. No, I swore in.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay, I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
Sorry, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, no, she's
Um,
thank you.
And can I ask the court to acknowledge that this is an adverse
Yes.
witness, a
Yeah,
hostile
I
witness?
acknowledge that she's an
Okay.
adverse witness, and you
And-
may therefore cross-examine.
Right.
Even
And-
though she makes only your case in chief, yes, I acknowledge.
And I would ask the court to remind the witness that in this posture, she has to answer my questions. She can't give speeches. Is that fair?
You're entitled to an answer to the question that is asked.
She's
You're not
also entitled to
make-
explain her answer.
You're not entitled to answers that are, to require her to answer when the question is objectionable, violates her First Amendment rights, is irrelevant to the charges that are being made, just to what? Fishing expedition, political theater, what is this?
This is cross-examination.
No, this is cross-examination.
I'm entitled to a
Let's-
yes, no, or I can't answer response.
Let's go ahead. Go ahead.
Unless this is objectionable.
You have a standing objection, Mr. Bopp, to everything in the world. I want to question your witness. Let her
Okay,
testify.
no,
wait a minute,
She's
wait a
doing
minute,
fine.
Wait a minute.
You
That's enough.
instructed me-
Stop. Mr. Bob, please sit down. Next question, Mr. Chairman. This is not theater. This is not an argument from the Supreme Court. This is an evidentiary hearing. So let's get going. Go ahead, Mr. Shelley.
Ms. Wells, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, please?
So which number?
2C. Ms. Green, is this a tweet that you sent out from your account on December 19th, 2020?
Yes,
And in this tweet, let me go back a second. Your Honor, I would just ask that the previous exhibit, which I think was 2D, be admitted into evidence.
What was the number?
2D. I'm sorry, 2A.
All right, so 2A is in. Yes, I'll admit it.
And I'd ask that 2C be admitted into evidence.
2C. All right, say that again. I was distracted. Go through it again.
Sure. I asked the witness if this was her tweet. She said it was.
This is your tweet. Okay.
And I ask that it be admitted into evidence.
I object. It's not probative. It violates her First Amendment rights.
Well,
It has nothing to do with engage. It doesn't.
it-
Before January 3rd.
it's in for what it's worth, Mr. Bob.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that it's worth anything, but it's in.
Well,
Go ahead.
and I apologize, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I do think it's my responsibility to make pertinent objections.
I respect it.
Thank you.
I respect it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Representative Greene, in your tweet on December 19th, 2020, that we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, one of the things you're communicating to the people who would read this tweet was that you want them to come to Washington on January 6th for a demonstration. Is that right?
For a march for Trump.
Right. Fight for Trump. The phrase that you use there is hashtag fight for Trump, right? That's what the words say.
That's what it says on my tweet.
Okay. And you posted that because you, in fact, wanted people to show up on January 6th, 2021 in DC in order to help you stop the theft of the 2020 election from your point of view.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure we got a clear answer on this. You did believe at this time that the 2020 election had been stolen by the Democrats from Mr. Trump, right?
I was asking people to come for a peaceful march, which is what everyone is entitled to do under their First Amendment, but I was not asking them to actively engage in violence or any type of action.
My question is really simple. It's about your opinion. When this tweet came out and in this period, it was your opinion that the election had been stolen from Mr. Trump or was about to be stolen, right?
Under my opinion, there was a tremendous amount of fraudulent things that happened in the election, and under my opinion, I want to do anything I can to protect election integrity and to protect the people of my district in Georgia, people's votes. They should count.
Is it fair to say, Representative Greene, that from election night of 2020 until January 6, 2021, your personal opinion and your wish was that Congress not certify Joe Biden as the winner of the 2020 election?
No, that's not accurate.
You believed that Joe Biden had lost the election to Mr. Trump, right?
Well, yes, we saw a tremendous amount of voter fraud. We have investigations going on right now in the state of Georgia. There's investigations going on in multiple states. My own husband showed up to vote in the general election, and when he went in to vote in person, he was told that he had already voted by absentee ballot, when in fact he had never even requested an absentee ballot. There's many instances.
Oh, Your Honor, we could do this now. I understand there's an IT issue that requires a pause.
Okay, well,
Should we take?
how long do we need? 2 minutes? All right, well, everybody needs to be patient on this. Appreciate your patience. Oh, I see what it is. Representative Greene, your camera your camera was off. That's why we wanted to stop. take 10. Let's come back. I mean, Representative, you may step down. Let's take 10 minutes. We don't need to
Okay.
stay here. Let's just take 10.
Everybody remain seated, please.
No, I said I'm gonna let them go. Did they?
Parties to the other room.
Huh?
We're gonna get the other parties to the room.
Oh, okay. However you do it. Thank you. Yeah.
Just remain seated until the parties exit the courtroom.
Let's just take 10. Let's come back. Take some time. Let's come back at 12. This is
Okay.
by the time you get out, get in. Let's come back at 12. Everybody come back in. Let the parties out. Come back at 12.
You want us to let everybody else out first? No, no, need to finish.
Okay, we're back on the record. We appreciate your patience, your disruption, appreciate everybody's cooperation while they dealt with technology, one of the veins of human existence. All right.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Shelley, thank you.
Your Honor, I would just ask that Mr. Bopp not consult with his client in the break period while I'm examining her. That's generally not permitted, in my experience.
Go ahead.
Can we see Plaintiff's Exhibit 2C, please, Ms. Wells?
So we're on 2C.
2C. Ms. Greene, this is the tweet that we talked about a little bit earlier. Just a quick question on it. You issued this on December 19th, 2020, correct?
I can't see real well, but I think that's the date.
Maybe we can make it a little larger.
That's what it says.
And what you were doing in this tweet was you were tweeting out a story from the Epoch Times about President Trump saying that the protests that were planned for January 6th were going to be, quote, wild, right?
I object. We don't have the, where's the article?
Right there under the picture of President Trump.
Does it quote that?
Yes, it says Trump, supporters should join wild protest in D.C. on Jan 6th.
Okay, I withdraw my objection. I can't see that. I can't.
If we could make it a little larger, Ms. Wells. You can answer the question, Representative Greene.
What was your question?
My question is, what you were doing in this tweet is you were tweeting out a story from the Epoch Times about President Trump making a statement that the protest on January 6th would be wild, right?
I tweeted an article that had the details of the dates and times.
Right, and also included President Trump's statements that he expected the demonstrations on January 6th to be wild, right?
I don't think that's what my tweet was about.
Okay, well, but you see that the article says Trump, supporters should join, quote, wild protests in D.C. on Jan 6th.
I don't remember tweeting that specifically for what you're saying. Those are your words.
No,
Those aren't
I'm
mine.
actually reading from what's on the.
You're speculating on why I tweeted that, but I don't remember tweeting it for that specific reason.
Ms. Greene, I'm just asking questions.
I'm just answering.
And in your tweet, you mentioned earlier that your words, join hashtag March for Trump in D.C. on January 6th to fight for Trump, that you were urging people to come to Washington for a peaceful demonstration, right?
Peaceful demonstration,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah, that word peaceful is nowhere in this tweet, right? Have a look. That word peaceful is not in this
I
tweet.
can't read it, there's only half of it there.
Let's give the representative a paper copy of that one. Just want to make sure I'm
No,
not
I can
missing.
see it now, it was scrolled up just a second ago.
Okay, peaceful's not in there, is it?
Well, you know, like,
Is the word peaceful in there, Ms. Greene?
it does not say peaceful right
That's
there.
my question.
But
Thank you.
you're asking me, and I said for peaceful demonstration, just like people have the right to do in their First Amendment.
I'm asking, there's not a secret code in there that it's supposed to be peaceful, right?
Well, I never mean anything for violence. I don't support violence of any kind, and I've said it over and over again. So I'm telling you.
You just
that
didn't say it on this occasion, did you?
I never mean anything for violence. All of my words never, ever mean anything for violence.
We'll examine that question. Go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 2F, please. F?
F is in Frank.
Yes. And I'm looking at the, yes, this top half of the exhibit. Ms. Greene, this is a tweet that you sent out on January 2nd, 2021, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you don't recall this?
I don't recall tweeting that, no.
Okay. You can set that to one side. Well, let me ask this question. Does anybody tweet things on your Twitter account? Strike that. Did anybody in January of 2021 tweet things on your Twitter account without your permission?
On what day?
any time from November of 2020 to January 6th.
I don't remember. That's difficult to answer.
Okay. You'd be surprised if somebody got into your Twitter account and tweeted something without your permission, wouldn't you?
Well, no one tweeted anything without my permission. I just don't remember who tweeted what.
Fair enough. Now, would you agree, Ms. Greene, that this tweet from January 2nd, 2021 is something that we can fairly attribute to you, being that it was tweeted on your Twitter account?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay. You take that down. Ms. Greene, you've had your disagreements with Speaker Pelosi, isn't that right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've had political disagreements with her. You don't agree with some of the things she's done in her career, right?
Politically speaking, that would be correct.
Right. You don't agree with a lot of things she's done, right?
Politically speaking, that would be correct.
In fact, you think that Speaker Pelosi is a traitor to the country, right?
I'm not answering that question. It's speculation. It's
You've
hypothetical.
said that, haven't you, Ms. Greene, that she's a traitor to the country?
No, I haven't said that.
Okay. Put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, please.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on now. I believe by not upholding the securing the border, that violates her oath of office.
Fair enough. I'm not interested in her oath of office. I'm interested in that you said that she's a traitor to our country, right?
I object, Your Honor. She is not. This is
I don't see the relevance of that, Mr. Shelley. Next.
Your Honor, can we give Mr. Bopp a standing objection on the First Amendment grounds? Because
No.
this is an effort to interrupt my examination of the witness. I am attempting to establish the witness's desire to engage in insurrection during the period January 3rd to January 6th. Now, it's true that some of the things that she said are relevant even though they occurred before January 3rd. But there's no First Amendment objection to evidence, Your Honor. She said what she said.
There is First Amendment objection.
We don't agree.
Well, fine, but I get to make my objection.
You can make the objection. You can have a standing objection. to
I
the
don't
First
want to
Amendment.
stand objection.
Because he wants to interrupt my flow, Your Honor. That's not appropriate.
I don't object to everything.
Okay.
Okay, I have specific things that I think I object to, and I should be extended the courtesy to do that.
You may object.
Thank you.
But,
Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, please.
well, 5 now. 5, okay.
So I'm placing before you what we pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, which is an article that appeared in CNN on January 26th, 2021.
A hard copy of this available?
Should be in the book.
I mean, does she have a hard copy? I mean, she can't read it off the screen.
We have one for her.
Good. Let's start using hard copies. You can't read stuff like this off the screen.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir, you may. You have a standing permission to approach the witness to deliver copies of documents as to which you're going to ask your question.
Thank you. Ms. Wells, if you could scroll down a bit. One second. Ms. Greene, I want to direct your attention to the bottom of the 4th page of the exhibit. This is a paragraph that starts out, "She's a traitor to our country." Do you see that?
I object, Your Honor. What possible relevance could it be that she had political disagreements that resulted in hyperbole that is commonly used?
Your Honor, this is an argument.
Overruled. Next.
Thank you. I just want to ask a narrow question, Representative Greene. Did you say referring to Speaker Pelosi, she's a traitor to our country. She's guilty of treason. She took an oath to protect the American citizens. She gives aid and comfort to our enemies who illegally invade our land. That's what treason is. And our law representatives and senators can be kicked out and no longer serve in our government. And it's a crime punishable by death, is what treason is. Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason. Did you say those words?
I said, this is what I was telling you, is she doesn't uphold our laws.
It's a
She
simple
allows
yes or no
illegal-
question, ma'am.
I mean,
Did you
she-
say those
Answer
words?
Without being instructed by him to say yes or no.
I don't agree, Your Honor. This is cross-examination. She's
So
entitled to
what?
an answer to my question, not a speech.
Did you say these words that are quoted on the bottom of it? Did you say that?
According to the CNN article I did, I don't
Do
remember.
you recall saying?
I don't recall saying all of this, but I do recall having said this about I totally disagree with the border issues.
Okay,
And I
ask and
believe.
answer. Next question.
Okay.
And Representative Greene, you have advocated the use of physical violence against people you disagree with politically, right?
I object without context, without anything.
Overruled. Go ahead. What's the question again, Mr.
You've advocated the use of physical violence against people that you disagree with politically.
That's a question.
Yes.
Is that true?
I don't think so. I don't know how to answer that.
Next question.
Well, have a look at what we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5,
P5.
P5.
Thank you. That's the same one.
Same one.
Correct. Okay, thank
Right.
you. You've got a copy of this, Representative.
Oh, is it the
Yes,
same
the
one?
same.
Okay.
And, well, let me ask a foundational question. You understand that on social media posts like Facebook and Twitter, one of the things, well, I guess on Facebook, one of the things you can do is you can like someone's post, right?
You can like people's post.
Right. And when you like someone's post, that's a way of signifying that you agree with or admire or think it's correct, that the post is correct, right?
I don't know. I don't agree with your phrase of questioning.
Well, I'm asking you. Isn't it true that when you personally, Ms. Greene, like someone's post, you're signifying your approval for what the post said?
No, I don't agree with how you're phrasing that question. No, I don't agree with that.
So it's true, though, that you liked a post that suggested that, quote, a bullet to the head of Nancy Pelosi would be a quicker way to remove her as Speaker of the House than impeachment, right?
Now, you're using a CNN article, which CNN has lied about me multiple times, and you're using a CNN article.
I'm
as
asking
your
you to answer my
evidence.
question. Did you like a post that said it's quicker, that a bullet to the head would be a quicker way to remove Nancy Pelosi from the role of Speaker?
I have had many people manage my social media account over the years. I have no idea who liked that.
Okay. Are you testifying under oath it wasn't you? Just want to be clear on that.
I am testifying. I have no idea who liked that comment.
Fair enough. It could have been you. Right?
I am
She's
telling you,
answered the
I
question.
do not know.
She's answered the question. Go ahead. Next question. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, you know, Ms. Greene, that one of the places inside the United States Capitol building that was invaded by people who were doing violence was Ms. Pelosi's office, right?
I was inside the chamber on January 6th, so I do not know all the places that those people went. I only know where I was.
Are you telling us that in the more than a year since these events occurred, you have not become aware that one of the offices that was invaded by people who were illegally in the Capitol was Nancy Pelosi's office?
I've seen that on the news,
Okay.
but I
And-
don't know for sure. I haven't investigated all of that.
Now, you mentioned earlier, in response to some of my questions, that there was a demonstration that was being planned for January 6, 2021, called the March for Trump, right?
We talked about it on one of my Twitter posts.
Right. And that demonstration was being organized in part by an organization called Women for America, right?
I don't remember who organized it.
Okay. Ms. Wells, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2D?
I'm sorry, which one was?
I'm sorry, 2D, Your Honor.
D or D?
D.
B is in boy.
No, D is in dog.
D is in
Sorry.
dog. Thank
And
you.
we're going to do this on paper, so I'll get a... I placed in front of you what's a document that's been pre-marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2D. Let me just begin by asking, one of the things that you can do on Twitter, Ms. Greene, is you can retweet or send out again somebody else's tweet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on Plaintiff's 2D, which I placed in front of you, you are retweeting a tweet sent by Kylie Jane Kremer on December 19th, 2020, right?
I don't know if I retweeted it.
Well, if you look carefully, it says Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's an American flag, and it says retweeted. As
I
your
don't know
testimony,
if I retweeted it.
you don't recall one way or the other.
I don't recall.
And it's your testimony that if this got retweeted from your account, that would have been done with your permission, right?
I don't recall retweeting it.
That's not my question. You don't deny that Kylie Jane Kremer's message was retweeted from your account in the form set forth as Plaintiff's 2D on December 20th, 2020. I'm sorry, December 19th. You don't deny that, do you?
This is what your picture has, this paper has. I don't have this Twitter account anymore. So I don't remember retweeting this.
Okay, but you do remember that there was this thing called the March for Trump. It was going to be on January 6th, right?
Yes.
And that Women for America were one of the organizers, right?
I don't remember, but that's what this says.
Okay. And one of the other hashtags for the demonstrations that were planned on January 6th, 2021 in Washington, D.C. Was a hashtag Stop the Steal. Hashtag Stop the Steal, right?
Stop, yes.
Yes. And another hashtag that got used at the time was, a website that was being used to organize people to come to Washington was something called wildprotest.com, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's have a look at PX33, please.
I'm sorry again, Mr. Shelley,
PX33.
PX? PX?
I call it PX. P33, you're on.
P33.
Plaintiff's Exhibit.
Oh, I got you, sorry.
I've placed before you, Ms. Greene, a document that we've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit or Petitioner's Exhibit 33. I'm just going to ask a couple questions about it. Does this refresh your recollection that there was a website known as wildprotest.com that was encouraging people to come to Washington for a protest on January 6th?
I don't remember the website, but I'm seeing it here on this, on your paper.
Okay. And wild was the term that President Trump used to describe what he thought was going to happen on January 6th, right?
Wild is also a term that high schoolers use when they talk about spring break.
Fair enough. But whatever the title of the demonstration or the name or the hashtag that was used, you would agree that you were aware in after the election and before January 6th that people were being asked to come to DC for a large demonstration to object to the certification of Joe Biden as President of the United States, right?
I was aware people were coming to support our objection in Congress, and on January 6th, the only thing I was preparing for was objecting.
When did you first become aware that there were going to be large demonstrations in DC on the 6th?
I don't recall.
Did you consider at any point participating in any of those demonstrations?
It was put on my calendar, but then I never went. We were too busy. We were, looking at all the evidence and preparing for our debates and preparing to object.
And who put it on your calendar?
I don't know.
Somebody on your staff, I take it?
I have no idea.
Well, wasn't a complete stranger, right? It was somebody from your congressional staff, right?
Probably so, but I have no idea.
And as you sit here, can you tell us why it is that an appearance for you at that demonstration was placed on your calendar?
Can you rephrase that question?
Sure. How did it come to pass that it was put on your calendar that you were going to appear at a demonstration? I understand you said you were too busy in the end.
I don't know. I was so busy just preparing to object. I don't know.
You were going to go to one of these demonstrations as a speaker, right?
I don't think so. I was always preparing to object. We were very busy.
Well, have a look at what we've marked as number 33. And if you go about 3 pages in at the bottom of that page and then over to the next page, it says invited speakers and featured guests, right?
I'm assuming I guess I was on there because I was invited.
Right.
But I don't know who made this website. I'm sorry, I can't answer
Okay. Well,
anything about it.
well, you can answer that that's your name and face, right?
That is my name and face, but I don't run that website. I have no idea who does.
My question to you, Representative Greene, is did you or someone under your authority at your congressional office authorize you to be placed as a speaker or guest of the wild protest demonstration?
I get many invitations as a member of Congress to many events and all kinds of speaking engagements, and most of the time those go on my calendar, but they have no relevance as to whether I attend or not.
So would it be fair to say, Ms. Greene, that through your office you authorized your name and your likeness to be associated with the wildprotest.com demonstration?
No, you cannot say that or assume that. That would be whoever organized this.
Well, let's talk about that. Going back to 33. You know Ali Alexander, don't you?
No, I don't really know him, no.
When you say you don't really know him, you've met him, right?
I've seen him before, but I don't know him.
Yeah, how many times have you been in his physical presence to your knowledge?
I cannot even guess, hardly any.
10? 20?
No.
Have you shaken his hand?
I've shaken his hand before, yes. I
have
shake hands with pretty much everyone I meet.
Lots of people, right? And he's a friend of yours, right?
No.
Okay. We'll come back to that. Did you discuss with Mr. Alexander the idea of you coming to appear at a demonstration on January 6th?
I do not recall that, no.
You're not denying that happened, you just don't recall one way or the other?
I do not recall that, no.
Well, did you discuss with anybody attending the wild protest demonstration that was planned for January 6th?
I do not recall ever talking about attending.
Other than people on your congressional staff or your campaign staff, list for me all the people who you spoke to about the demonstrations on January 6th.
I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Okay. You don't remember any of them?
I do not remember.
Not any of them?
No.
Okay. And you spoke to some people about those demonstrations prior to being sworn in as a representative from the 14th District, right?
I don't remember.
And you spoke to some of those people after you took the oath on January 3rd and before the 6th, right?
I don't remember.
Did you speak to anybody in government about the fact that there were going to be demonstrations in Washington on January 6th?
I don't remember. We were mostly reading information about election fraud, and people signed affidavits about what they'd witnessed with voter fraud and preparing to object. That was pretty much all I remember doing.
Right, pretty much. But your testimony as you sit here today under oath is that you didn't talk to anybody in government about the fact that there were going to be large protests in Washington on January 6th.
I don't remember.
You spoke to Representative Biggs or his staff about that fact, didn't you?
I do not remember.
How about Representative Gosar?
Sorry, I don't remember.
Did you talk to people at the White House about the fact that there were going to be large demonstrations on January 6th in Washington?
I don't remember.
Prior to January 6th, Representative Greene, did anyone ever mention to you the possibility that there might be violence in Washington on January 6th, 2021?
I don't remember.
So it's possible that folks told you things could get violent in Washington on January 6th, right?
I was a brand new member of Congress. If I don't remember those conversations, but I would hope Nancy Pelosi and those in charge of the Capitol were taking the Capitol security very seriously.
My question is just about whether anybody at all ever mentioned to you the possibility of violence.
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not denying it, you're just saying you don't recall.
I don't recall.
And you don't recall that people said, you know, we're having these big demonstrations in Washington, and some of the people who come to those demonstrations might become violent. That never happened.
The only violence I'd ever seen was Antifa and BLM riots, and I've been to so many Trump rallies, have never once seen violence out of Trump people.
Right.
I don't recall any talk of violence.
And you knew that the people who were coming for the demonstrations on January 6th, those were Trump people, right?
I knew there were many people coming to support President Trump and our objection on January 6th.
Right, and at least some of them were coming because you asked them to come, right?
I don't recall personally asking people to come, but evidently I tweeted about January 6th.
Did anybody, strike that, did you have any conversations with anybody in government, representatives, senators, White House staff, the President of the United States at the time, any government official or government employee about the fact, this is now prior to January 6th, about the fact that there was a risk that people coming to Washington for January 6th demonstrations might become violent?
I object. That's the fourth time he's asked the same question. She's repeatedly
It's not the same
saying,
question.
This is
oh,
the last
it
time.
really is the same question.
I will let it, what you asked questions last time.
I don't recall.
Ms. Greene, did you ever hear that from any source prior to January 6th that some folks were planning to come to Washington on January 6th, and the idea was that they were going to flood the Capitol with people?
No, I don't remember ever hearing that.
Okay. You never discussed that with anybody?
No, I do not remember that.
But you supported the idea of people coming to Washington on January 6th and flooding the Capitol, right?
No, I support people's First Amendment to have a peaceful protest, use their freedom of speech.
Well, previously you've publicly said that one way for people to express their displeasure with their government would be to flood the Capitol building with people, right?
The Capitol belongs to the people. That's where you come and speak to your senators, your representatives. You come to express your views. You come to talk about how you want your tax dollars spent. You come to talk about how you want senators or representatives to vote.
My question is a bit more narrow than that. You publicly expressed support for the idea that people should come to Washington to express their displeasure with their government by flooding the Capitol.
I don't remember.
You don't answer the question. Next, move on.
Can we have PX 23, please? Ms. Greene, I've placed in front of you what we've previously marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 23, which is a CNN article entitled, in 2019, Marjorie Taylor Greene told protesters to flood the Capitol and feel free to use violence.
Your Honor, I object. This is 2019. How many years back? High school? Do we have to be treated with statements that, like, flood the Capitol? Flood the Capitol?
Your Honor, this is a speaking objection. It's not appropriate.
Go ahead. If you can figure out how you're going to lay the foundation for this, you may proceed. Go
Okay.
ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I want to direct your attention, Representative Greene, to the second page of this exhibit.
Mr. Shelby, could you please go through the proper things so she knows what she's looking at?
Yes, I thought I did, but
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
okay. Ms. Greene, this is an article that appeared, we believe, on CNN in the wake of January 6th. And I ask if you've seen this document before.
Nope, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to ask some questions about statements that are attributed to you in this article, and you can tell me whether you made them or not, okay? The second page of the document has a quotation that reads, quote, "All of us together, when we rise up, we can end all of this. We can end it. We can do it peacefully. We can. I hope we don't have to do it the other way. I hope not. But we should feel like we will if we have to, because we are the American people." Do you recall making that statement in 2019 in connection with a protest around Fund the Wall?
No, I don't recall.
Ask Nancy. Go
I
ahead.
object.
Next.
Are you denying that you made that statement?
Objection noted.
You denying that you made that statement?
I'm saying I don't recall.
Okay. You're not
This
denying
is-
it, you just don't recall.
It's a CNN article.
She said she does not recall.
Mhm.
That is the answer. Let's
Okay.
move on.
I'm missing a page here. Can you scroll down? Further up, please. Yeah, keep going. I'm sorry, Judge. I think I'm missing a page in my copy of the exhibit.
Okay.
Going. I'm sorry. The bottom of down a little bit. All right. Thank you for that. You can stop right there. A little further along in the article, I'm just going to ask you whether you made this comment. If we have a sea of people, we will shut down the streets. If we shut down everything, if we flood the Capitol building, go inside. These are public buildings. We own them. We own these buildings. Do you understand that? We own the buildings and we pay all the people that work in the buildings. Did you say that in connection with the Fund the Wall demonstration in February of 2019?
And because it's about the Fund the Wall demonstration, I not, after she was sworn in as a member of Congress and had taken
It's
the
irrelevant.
completely irrelevant to what she.
I'm inclined to agree, Mr. Let's go on.
Think,
Let's move on.
Did you say that?
I don't recall. You're using CNN, and they've chopped up my words so many times. They've lied about me so many times. I mean, you sound like you have as many conspiracy theories as QAnon at this point.
Well, you believe in QAnon, right?
No, I did not say I believe in QAnon.
Let's
You-
move on.
you don't
It's
believe
not
in QAnon?
This is not relevant. Let's move on.
She brought it up, Your Honor. Can we get to PX 84, please, Ms. Wells?
Which one?
84?
84?
Is that your face, Ms. Green?
It appears to be.
Okay. So this is a video clip. I'm going to ask that we play it. It's about 1 minute 50 seconds, and simply ask if that's you making those statements.
Your Honor, before he starts running this, I object unless he assures us that this is the complete clip, not selected out
Right.
pieces, that is the entire.
We haven't touched it, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm not saying you touched it.
Right. Well,
This is on, that you're prepared to play this. I think your responsibility, and I'm asking the court to require this, or I object, is to make sure that this is not taken out of context. You want to present it as evidence. I think you should be required to explain that this is the entire statement that was made, not some selected piece out of context.
May I be heard on this, Your Honor?
sure, of course. Go ahead, Mr.
Your Honor, we have been denied the opportunity to conduct discovery in this case, as Your Honor knows, given the speed with which this proceeding had to go forward. We have been denied the opportunity to issue subpoenas, to get records, to do precisely what Mr. Bopp would like me to do. In fact, Mr. Bopp objected to all of those things and said, we don't want them to do those things. So the idea now that he is objecting to us playing a portion of his own client's words, she can defend herself quite ably. She will tell us if it's out of context or if it's QAnon or something
Let's
else.
back up. First of all, what is this again?
This is a video, we believe, of the Congresswoman making a statement.
And where did it come from?
It came from the CNN article, links to it, from Facebook.
So this was pulled off of what, the internet?
Well, it was connected through CNN, I believe. No, through the from a tweet.
Okay, next question. If this is the complete, that's what was there? Is
That's
that
what was there. Yes.
Okay, have you made any alterations?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any alterations?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we know when it was made?
We believe it was made in February of 2019, but
All
I
right,
think
you can now ask the witness about it.
can we play the video, please?
In Washington, D.C. on February 23rd and protest and march with me at 8 a.m. Really, please, I'm begging you. If we have, if we have a sea of people, if we shut down the streets, if we shut down everything, if we flood the Capitol building, flood all the government buildings, go inside. These are public buildings. We own them. We own these buildings. Do you understand that? We own the buildings and we pay all the people that work in the buildings. You know what? February 23rd may be kind of cold. We're going to go inside. We're going to be warm. And then we're going to demand that our federal government serve we the people. Because we're sick and tired of their ways. We're sick and tired of the corruption. See, here's the issue. Here's the issue, America. They think that we're stupid and they treat us like we're stupid. And we allow it. We allow it. Well, no more. We're not going to allow it anymore. We want solutions to the problems. We want to take care of America. America is first. Americans come first with Americans' taxpayer dollars. We're done. We're done. And we have a massive list of grievances, okay? We have a huge list of grievances. And that's why on February 23rd in Washington, D.C. at 8 a.m., we're gonna march and protest. And I am telling you to get your butt there. I'm begging all of you to be there. Be there. Let's make this huge. There's a lot of really, really great people organizing this. You don't even know.
Ms. Greene, that's you, right?
That's me.
And in that clip, you were urging people to come to Washington and flood the Capitol, right?
What year was that?
You tell me, Ms. Greene.
I believe it was for February 23rd, 2019.
Right.
There was no violence that day. We peacefully protested.
Fair enough. But my point is to ask you the question. You were urging people for that demonstration to flood the
To
Capitol.
peacefully protest with me and
Oh.
enter the Capitol and ask our lawmakers to serve the American people.
So now you remember giving that statement, right?
Now that we've watched the video, I remember that.
Now that your memory has been jogged a little bit, do you remember talking about that demonstration being done on a peaceful basis?
That demonstration was peaceful.
Right. And you remember that you said, we can do it peacefully, right?
Of course, I only believe in peaceful demonstration. I do not support violence.
In fact, what you said is, we can do it peacefully. We can. I hope we don't have to do it the other way. I hope not. But we should feel like we will if we have to, because we are the American people. That was another statement that you made in the same presentation, right?
That was in your CNN article, and I don't trust CNN as a source. They've lied about me multiple times.
Are you denying that under oath that you made that statement?
I'm not. I just don't recall.
Thank
I'm
you.
not recalling saying specifically that. The demonstration was peaceful. History shows that.
What year was this again?
2019. It has nothing to
Okay.
do with January 6th.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
You're pushing the envelope. Joe.
I thought you already fallen off the cliff.
No comments. No comments. Mr.
Yeah, I'd appreciate if Mr.
No
Bob would
comments.
keep his humor to himself for the moment. He can do that in the cameras outside when the time comes.
Gentlemen, and I'm serious. We need to get back to task.
Ms. Greene, did you or any member of your government or campaign staff communicate with Anthony Aguero about the events of January 6th, prior to January 6th?
I don't recall.
Did you or any member of your staff, either congressional staff or campaign staff, communicate with somebody named Dustin Stockton prior to January 6th?
I don't think I know who that is.
Okay. How about Jennifer Lawrence, not the actress, but a Jennifer Lawrence who's involved in conservative politics? Did you or any member of your congressional campaign staff communicate with Ms. Lawrence prior to January 6th about the demonstrations that were planned for that day?
I don't recall. I don't think I know who that is.
Did you or any member of your campaign or congressional staff, Ms. Greene, provide any support for any demonstrations that occurred on January 6, 2021?
I have no idea. I don't think so. I don't recall.
Did you or any member of your staff provide information, advice, funds, printed material, the promise of a public statement, to withhold a public statement, anything along those lines in connection with the demonstrations that were planned for January 6th?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
And if somebody were to come in here and say, oh yeah, she gave us support for our demonstrations, you'd say, I don't remember that. That didn't happen.
I'm not sure what you're saying. I think you're speculating. That's hypothetical.
prior to January 6, 2021, you heard that people were planning to enter the Capitol on January 6th and engage in violence, right?
No.
I object that. I think that's the fifth time he's
Well, no, she answered the question. No. Next.
Never heard that from anybody.
No.
Yeah. And prior to January 6, 2021, you were aware that people were going to make noise outside the Capitol as a means to disrupt the proceedings inside the Capitol. Is that fair?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. And prior to January 6, 2021, had you heard that people were planning to enter the Capitol building illegally in order to disrupt the electoral count process?
No, absolutely not. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Your Honor, it's I think 12:45 is.
Well, let's talk about that. How much longer do you think you need?
You know, probably an hour.
All right, well, why don't we take I'm gonna change, let's take an hour, and let's be back here at 12:45, so that's 1:45, right? Is that right?
Could I respectfully ask to make it 45 minutes only?
Well, 45 minutes, you wanna make it 12:30? I mean, 1:30, I'm sorry, I'm challenged on the clock. 1:30, 45 minutes adequate for you, Mr. Bob? Is that okay with you, Congressman?
To continue.
Yeah, we got 45 minutes for lunch, is that okay?
Oh, sure.
Okay, all right, well, we'll reconvene in 45 minutes, which will be 1:30.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, do we need to clear the table or do I?
I believe it's secure, right? The courtroom should be secure. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm asking you whether or not you agree that the American Revolution was an insurrection against the British government.
I believe it was, the American Revolution is part of our history where we separated from the crown and started our own government here.
Right. And the separation was brought about by violence, right?
There was a Revolutionary War, yes.
Yeah. And the violence, the colonists were justified in using violence to get rid of the tyrannical government of Britain, their officials in America, right?
Is that your opinion? I assume so.
I'm asking you.
It was a Revolutionary War. It was violent.
Okay. Now, you've actually talked publicly about the Declaration of Independence calling for the overthrow of tyrannical governments, right? That's something you've discussed publicly.
Are you referencing to something I've said somewhere?
Well, do you recall talking about that topic?
I've talked about the Declaration of Independence, but I don't know what occasion you're referring to.
Okay. Well, one of the occasions where you talked about the Declaration of Independence was in connection with January 6th, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's go to plaintiffs 15, please.
Which one is,
This-
which one is this one, Mr. Shelley?
Plaintiffs 15? Or
P15.
P15, yes. Hang on one second, Ms. Wells. Ms. Green, I'm going to play a short clip and ask if that's you speaking on the video, okay?
What's the date on this? I can't read it from here. Do you know?
October 26th, 2021. Right. If you could play the clip, please.
Just a riot at the Capitol. And if you think about what our Declaration of Independence says, it says to overthrow tyrants.
That's your statement, right?
I don't believe it was finished, but that was me.
Okay.
I don't recall. I don't know what the rest of what I was saying because it was cut off.
But in that statement that we looked at, you were comparing the overthrow of the British crown in America in 1776 to January 6th.
I don't know what my statement was because it was cut off.
Now, you've talked about the need for people to have guns in order to secure their rights against the tyrannical government, right?
Yes, we have a Second Amendment for a good reason.
Right. And the good reason is, in case they need to overthrow their government, they can use their guns to do that.
We have well, you're twisting things around. Could you rephrase your question, please?
Well, I'm reacting to your answer. You said that we have a Second Amendment, and that's a good thing. And I said that the reason, from your point of view, that there is a Second Amendment is so that people can overthrow their government by violent means with guns.
That's not the exact purpose. We defend ourselves. Say if you're being attacked, a gun is a tool to defend yourself.
Right. But one of the things it could be used for, strike that. Let's go to PX6. I'm going to play a video here and ask a couple questions about it. Well, first let me just ask you, do you recall giving an interview as reflected on PX6 in October of 2020, just about a week before the election, at something called the Relic Hunter firearms shop?
I vaguely remember.
Okay, and that's you on the left, and the gentleman on the right is the owner of the shop. Am I right about that?
No.
Okay, who's that, just so I know?
Mr. Dorr.
Who's Mr. Dorr?
He's a gun rights activist and just someone I know.
Got it. And it's backwards because of the video, but Mr. Dorr's t-shirts says, what does it say? I am 1,776% sure that no one is taking my guns. Do you agree that that's what it says?
Yes.
Okay. So let's play the video.
I object to playing this. I had, watch this, right in the middle, there is a section cut off, right in the middle.
Well, let's see.
So it has been edited, and who's the source of this?
Source of this is Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's earned with the price of blood. That's what we're going to be talking about.
No, who's the source of the video?
Where did we get this from? YouTube. It was on YouTube.
Huh?
YouTube.
YouTube. Okay.
Says Mother Jones.
Well, I know you'll need to see it, but.
We'll see it.
Okay.
You can make, obviously, it's difficult to cross-examine a video, but it's certainly possible to say what's the.
I'm going to ask a lot of questions about it, Judge, and she can tell us if it's.
Yeah, you can, as best you can, Go ahead.
But
Let me
here's the deal.
stop you. We're not watching the whole thing. We're picking up in the middle of it. Is that correct?
It's a minute and 9 seconds, Your Honor.
No, what I'm asking is, oh, I see, it says shirt. It looked like we were halfway into the video, that's why I was.
No,
I was
the red
confused. We
part.
started at the beginning.
Yeah.
We're playing the whole.
Can you go back, Ms. Wells, to just to the very beginning?
Yeah, let's start it over again, please.
But here's the deal. If this generation doesn't stand up and defend freedom, it's gone. And once it's gone, freedom doesn't come back by itself. The only way you get your freedoms back is it's earned with the price of blood. We can't be too busy or too complacent or too worried about offending someone anymore. There's no more excuses. This is it. November 3rd, freedom is on the ballot. You have a choice of either voting for freedom by voting for Donald J. Trump for president again for 4 more years, voting Republican straight down your ballot, or you're going to vote for socialism and vote to completely end America as we know it. And this is no joke. They do not want you to be able to defend yourself, because if you can defend yourself, guess what? Then you can stop a tyrannical government. However, if they take away your guns, then you can't, not only can you never stop a tyrannical government, you can never even defend yourself if someone is breaking in your home. And that's the reality. This is where we are today in 2020.
Okay, Mother Jones. Let me, it started off with a cut sentence when she said, but,
It's clearly edited.
okay, so whatever she said before is wiped out. And then you saw 3 times when it was cut,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And Mother Jones, I'm sorry, I am not going to rely upon them to give an accurate depiction
Well,
of the tape.
she can, we can proceed with questioning, and the witness can respond. I mean, it is the witness, it is statements she made, and she can respond, so go ahead.
Well, let's
Overruled.
let's
Thank you.
establish that. Representative Greene, this is a statement that you made in an interview with Mr. Dorr in October of 2020, right?
That is a very partial, cut off and pasted statement. That is me speaking, but my sentences are cut off. My full message is not there.
Okay. And in that statement, what you say is if you can defend yourself, you can stop a tyrannical government. However, if they take away your guns, you can never stop a tyrannical government, right?
Correct?
Okay. And you believe that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And in fact, what was done in 1776 was to stop a tyrannical government with guns. Fair?
Sure, yeah.
And that was to use violence against a tyrannical government, just to get that clear.
No, they were trying to get rid of a tyrannical government. There was a lot of, there was a big process. There was a big build up there before the Revolutionary War.
What
The
did
whole
you,
purpose was not to use guns for violence.
what did you
Is
mean?
the narrative that you're trying to push here.
What did you mean when you said that once you lose your freedom, it has to be earned with the price of blood?
Well, I've always said I'm against violence, and I've always said I never want to see a war in this country. Never. I've said that over and over again in many speeches, and the reason why I say that is because I don't want to see war here on American soil. I have 3 children that are young adults, and I never want to see my children fighting a war, earning back our freedoms. And I've said that. That's what I'm talking
No,
about.
it wasn't actually.
Earned with the price of blood is a reference to violence, isn't it?
The price of blood is the unfortunate and tragic cost of war. And that's what happened in the Revolutionary War. And that's what I'm talking about.
And you know that the term 1776 is actually a term that's sometimes used in politics today.
I don't know if you've noticed our state seal here in Georgia. I know you're not from Georgia, but as you can see, we enjoy our history and we're proud of our freedoms. 1776 is on our state seal.
Great. And it's also a term that's used in political discourse in America today.
I don't use it as a term of violence.
But you use it as a term, right?
I have used it as a term, but I do not use it as a term of violence,
We're,
as you're trying to push.
we're not up to that yet. You'll have your chance
I
to answer the
understand.
question you want to answer, but you have to start by answering my question, okay? You acknowledge that 1776 is a term that's used in political discourse today, right?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the examples of 1776 being used in political discourse today is the T-shirt that Mr. Dorr was wearing in the interview that we just saw, right?
We saw 1776 backwards on his T-shirt on that cut-up video.
Right.
Yes.
And you understood that T-shirt to mean that people need to possess firearms in order to oppose a tyrannical government.
I don't recall I don't remember seeing his T-shirt that day when I saw him. The only time I'm paying attention to it is now because you're drawing the reference.
Okay, but as you sit here today, you understand that what that T-shirt is conveying as a political message is that people need to possess firearms in order to oppose a tyrannical government.
I don't necessarily understand what you're trying to say.
I'm just asking whether you have that understanding or not.
I think you're more trying to push a narrative and push words in my mouth, and I don't agree with what you're saying, necessarily.
As you sit here today, Representative Greene, you know that that term, 1776, has been used in connection with events of January 6, 2001.
I guess so. I don't know.
Well, you yourself have used the term 1776 to describe the events of January 6, 2021.
I don't recall, but if you say.
Let's go to PX 27, please, Ms. Wells. And by the way, this video, Your Honor, has been admitted into evidence.
Right.
Ms. Wells, can you play that?
No, it wasn't actually planned, but President Trump knows how much I support him. He knows how much I support our district, Georgia's 14th district. And so I was happy to go up there and encourage our voters to get out and vote. We can't allow our two Republican senators lose their seats to 2 radical socialist Democrats. So I was excited to get up there and also cheer on Senator Kelly Loeffler for announcing last night that she'll be objecting to this fraudulent stolen election tomorrow on January 6th. And I'm very excited that both of us women representing Georgians will be fighting for President Trump and fighting for the integrity of our elections tomorrow.
What is your plan tomorrow? How do you plan to handle what could possibly go down in this joint session of Congress tomorrow. What are you prepared for?
Well, I'll echo the words of many of my colleagues as we were just meeting together in our GOP conference meeting this morning. This is our 1776 moment.
That's your statement on January 5th, 2021, correct?
I don't know the date. Again, I don't recall, but now that I've seen it, what was the date of the video?
January 5th, 2021, but you don't have to take my word for it. We can play it back and you'll see that you're talking about that tomorrow is the 6th.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And this is 2 days after you took the oath of office to be a representative from the 14th Congressional District, right?
Yes.
And you used the term 1776 to describe, in response to a question from the Newsmax broadcaster, right?
I was speaking about objecting.
Well, he asked you, what is your plan? What are you prepared to have go down tomorrow on January 6th? And your response was, tomorrow is our 1776 moment, right?
I was talking about the courage to object.
Mm-hmm. And you said you were echoing the words of your Republican colleagues. Was the term 1776 used by your Republican colleagues?
I don't recall. That was the video, but I don't recall.
Okay. In fact, Representative Boebert has used that term 1776 to describe the events of January 6th, hasn't she?
I don't recall. I have no idea.
Let's go to PX 9E, please.
PX 9E,
9E.
thank you.
Do you recall seeing a tweet from Representative Boebert from Colorado at 8:30 in the morning on January 6, 2001? Today is 1776.
I don't remember seeing this. I see it now.
Okay.
If that's her tweet.
Do you have any doubt that Representative Boebert used the term 1776 to describe the events of January 6th?
I don't know.
Let's go back to PX 27, please. So that was an interview that you gave to Newsmax, right?
That's what it said on the screen, Newsmax.
Okay. Well, you're not denying that, right?
No, I'm just saying I don't even remember the interview until we've seen it.
Okay. And that interview was posted that day on your Facebook page.
I don't remember.
Do we have that? Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to that. Now, when you said this is our 1776 moment, you knew that some of the people who felt that Donald Trump was the rightful winner of the 2020 election used that term to refer to the possibility of violence on January 6th, 2021.
No, I never heard anyone talking about violence for January 6th.
You've never heard
Absolutely
anyone,
not.
you've never heard about anyone using the term 1776 to refer to the possibility of.
never
Let me finish my
use-
question, Representative.
Okay, excuse me, sorry.
I don't mean to cut you off, and
No,
please
I
don't cut me
apologize.
off.
Yeah.
You've never heard anybody use the term 1776 as a code word for violence to occur on January 6, 2021.
No, absolutely not.
You're familiar with the group called the Proud Boys?
I've heard of them.
And you know that the Proud Boys, it has developed, had a written plan for